Hello guys and welcome to the new video. It's been a while. I have a couple of news. First, I did listen to you guys and there is no more headset. I bought a microphone and I bought one of the best at the market so you can get the top sound quality and I hope it will deliver it. Then we will also today I'm playing Ipoker, so I will be mixing sites. And one more thing, the new update is also finished, and tomorrow I think it will be public. I still didn't install it. I will have it also tomorrow. So new color mark system will be based on the GTO wizard and reg pool analysis. So whenever you see green, red or gray in HUD in one placement of the HUD, you will know if it's green that the guy is loser than the GTO and the pool of regs from Poker Stars, which in my opinion is strongest pool of all. And if the HUD stat is red, the guy is passive and tighter from the GTO in that exact spot. So if it's around fold to 3-bet or fold versus c-bet, stab ranges, if it's red, the guy will or fold to 3-bet or fold to c-bet in this spot. He will understab the situation. He will be, for example, under aggressive, and based looking at the HUD, you will immediately know if the guy is optimal, if he's not optimal, and you will immediately recognize it. So really cool feature. And we also added the new boards, so I can't wait for it. And basically that's it. Now let's play. I also have one mission or task for you guys. If you want to see in the next video Zoom session, you need to show me that you need to see it, that you want to see it, and I will make a live Twitch session, hopefully with you together with me, and we're gonna play Zoom on Stars immediately the next day. So if we get 100 likes on the video, like the last video had, I will be delivering you the Zoom. So if you really want it, show me and I will definitely do it for you. Okay, now let's go into the action. And yes, I did just start to play on Ipoker, so it's still, I don't have a feeling for many players. I didn't play here for almost more than a year. So I see a lot of familiar faces, but I see a lot of guys that I didn't play or I don't remember many things about them. So definitely, I'm gonna go check here. So definitely it's gonna be, until we get used to it, it's gonna be a little weird. And we're gonna go big on the river with the orbit here where we rep. He's kind of capped and we can still have a lot of ace of clubs and king of clubs hands. So we're gonna go with an overbet. We're gonna go 7.3 against an UTG, which we shouldn't be doing a lot, but we will do it here. And let's go with the delay small size here. He goes with the check, we block. Queens and jacks, that's gonna check raise this flop a lot. So we're gonna go with the stab. We're gonna use the GT wizard size. We're gonna go 1/5 and fold here. In the future, I will mix stars. I will mix super sport. We'll play on Ipoker NL200 and NL400, and on super sport NL500. So it will be fun. We're gonna mix and whenever I have an opportunity, like today, that I give you the choice if you want to see something. If you decide to do it, if you said you want to do it and you do your thing, I'm gonna immediately other day do my thing, and that will be from now to future. I think it's really cool. So if you want something, you show me that you want it, and I do it. We're gonna go big, 27.5 against this guy. He jams, we call, he has king jack, and we check here. 5-6. This guy is a wild type. Uh, 5-6. We're gonna check from the big blind. Our range is polar. Okay. The size that we want to use here. We can go with the check once more and bet the river also. Okay, we're gonna go here like this. And now I think we can easily bet. We can rep 10, we can rep ace. We just need to think which size we want to use. We want to rep 10 or an ace. I think we're gonna go like this. We get called by pocket sevens. We could go pot if we want to rep 10, but with this size we can bet 10, we can bet ace. Aces that we're gonna have here, we're still gonna have hands like ace jack, ace queen and ace king are mixing bet and check, so we're gonna have it also in the range, and we're gonna have these 10x hands. So we're gonna have it. Nobody believes us, so just for you to know, just a quick heads up, nobody believes us. People will shout king jack on us pre-flop, so all things will happen. Okay, jack 9, I'm gonna go with the 4-bet. This is the hand that I mix 4-bet with. This is combo that I use, so we're gonna do it. I have my own method. I did speak with it. My own method of the randomization without using RNG. Okay, so with the tens we can call. 4-bet is in this spot, in this position, big blind versus cutoff. We're 4-betting like queens, and not all of them, like 30% of them, mostly calling queens. So big blind versus cutoff, we face a check here. In a situation where he c-bets 81%. We're gonna go with the check behind with the tens, because a lot of his bluffs should be betting the flop, like queen 10, jack 10, 9, 10. So when he checks, it's much more likely that he's gonna have the not a check fold. He's usually, this is double check range, which is usually really weak. This looks to me like an overpair that he decided to play like this. So we're gonna go with the call. The sizes and everything just feels like an pocket queens that he decided to play like this. Yep, we're gonna see, guys. It's gonna be pocket queens here. He just gives us terrific odds, but it's gonna be pocket queens. If he jammed, I would fold because the line is just like that. The line is just like that he's not bluffing. Immediately on the flop, I sense it because he's betting 78%. He doesn't check fold at all, so all his bluffs are in bet range. And like when he checks, it's when I have a 10, it's not gonna be, he's not gonna check fold very often. Yep, he actually needs to bet a lot of hands like Jack 10 and Queen 10. But I think the hands like 9 10 Queen 10 Jack 10, he'll bet hands like King 10 Ace 10. He could also probably bet it. From that perspective, from if we think about that he will bet also King 10 and Ace 10 then when he checks. But the thing is that his check fold stat is crazy low, and that's the thing that are saying that his just bluff's gonna be in a bad range always, and we're just gonna be check raised here when he checks. I think also with Cbet 80%, like all of his like ace kings and ace queens gonna be in a bet range on the deuce 4-8. Even he shouldn't be betting range on this type of flops. He should be checking really a lot. But when the guy is using this strategy, it's like big blind versus button, small versus button 80, big blind versus button 60, and not check folding. If we saw there like a huge check, like not huge, but let's say 40% of check fold, I would always step with tens. But like his check folding range will be, when in a polarized big blind, 3-bet range is going to be something like ace 10 off, king 10 off, hands that he's going to have. He's going to also have some queen 10 off hands, and we block these hands. So that's the thing. And he will bet this with the backdoor flush draw like jack 10, queen 10, 9 10. And polarized big blind range has the queen 10, jack 10, king 10 off in the range. So that's the thing that was going through my head. And that's the thing, yeah. That's why I check behind the tens, which I shouldn't be actually doing. I should be stabbing them frequently, and against a raise, Solar likes to jam them. But the thing is, when the guy doesn't have bluffs in this line, when his bluffs are in the betting range, playing as a GTO is going to make you lose a bunch there, because against the range that has no bluffs in, and where we beat nines, but nines are questionable because it's big blind versus cutoff. It's questionable that he 3-bets them. He's on the like lower side of Rex with 3-betting. So we beat potentially nines, but he's not gonna have them full in the range. Tricky spot, guys, tricky spot. We're gonna go fold this size. Let's see which hands the guy double barrel. I want to see. 6-10 without equity betting turn. Okay, nice. He gave up with the bottom of his range. When you see that he gives up there, he's not gonna bluff you ever in a brick run out triple barrel ever, because if you're checking 10 high there and I'm blocking flush draws and ace highs, yeah, you're not gonna bluff anything. 11% 3-bet, we're just gonna fold. 6-9, ace 5. And the good news is, guys, is that I didn't have time to tell you, but now I will. This last 1 month I used to improve my HUD, and we did 3 updates. One was really significant and great, where we add 8 new pop-ups that are super great, super useful. I did talk about that in the last video, so I don't want to repeat myself. And then I decided to make a completely new reworked color marking based on the GTO wizard and based on the strongest pool, how the Rex plays, so you can immediately exploit them in HUD. We add the new boards, so now actually I have the time, guys, to be more in the making content for you, playing, improving me. learning and studying, you're also welcome to be part of that on my Discord channel, where we every Monday basically have a big learning study together. So definitely good times are ahead of us, and you can be part of it, and I'm looking forward with your support, and actually that you think that the content is good, that you like it, that you watch it before, because basically it's the main purpose is to show my HUD and to show my game and improve. That's the only thing that I'm thinking about. The whole purpose of the HUD and our Discord channel, that actually now is over 500 people now. We're almost 530 people there. This HUD is HUD from all of you, because a lot of you just give me ideas and what you want to see and how to make it, and the things that I thought that are really good, we put in the HUD immediately, really soon. And this HUD is product of us working together, and that's the recipe. So now we just need to play, we need to learn, and we will move up to stakes. We will play on Ipoker and stars, and the key is to crush everywhere. With ace queen, we're floating 6-6-9, really Broadway heavy. We're gonna have ace jack off, ace queen off with the blockers. Ace queen is always calling, ace jack is mostly calling, king queen is calling with blockers. Jack 10, queen, jack queen 10 with the backdoor draw is also calling. So ace queen is pretty high in our range, and we don't need to bluff the ace queen there. So we're just gonna be with a check. A lot of his 10x should be bet the turn, so he doesn't have them very much. Pocket eights, I don't think this guy bets, and ace queen is still check behind on the river. Tricky. They try to trap us, and we just sense them. They can't trap us. And I did play these like 2 weeks, days that I had the time for. I did play, and the pool is much worse than Stars pool. Basically, the top regs from Stars are way stronger than these guys, and they're playing against me the way that they're trapping everything, and calling me super lightly. So it's gonna be fun to see how we need to adjust to that. Checking behind, check range really bad. We're gonna go with an overbet. He's checking range. Let's see actually what's gonna here. We're gonna see button versus big line. What is his checking range looks like? Check behind on the flop. You see ace high and trash. The thing is that we can now, when we see that his check range is that bad, we can just bet also small on the turn. I didn't see it, but generally with this hand you want him to fold out immediately. But just to put him in a much more tougher spot, you want to use small size because his range is so bad. So generally, as exploit with a hand like this that you want him immediately to fold, you can use overbet size, and with value you can go against these players a lot smaller. This guy 3-bets small versus button 1.6%, I think, or 0.8, and he had only queens, and he uses this size with queens, so we are against the range that's gonna be strong. We're just gonna call it. I mean, he in other positions he has some tens, but generally, yep. Checking behind. We're gonna go with small size connect. We can go 1/5 actually. And this, I don't know, 1/3 on this structure. I mean, for both options, I'm gonna actually just check. And let's see how he reacts after checking. The thing is here, is he gonna call hands like tens and jacks? That's the question. I'm gonna go call. because if he's not calling it and he doesn't have hands like queen 10 suited, queen 9 suited, then definitely it's not great. Step flop bet turn really aggressively. Okay. Queen is good for his king queens and queen jacks. Lines for call. We're just gonna go all in. This guy will not fold, so he's gonna call whatever he has. I can guarantee that he is not gonna fold. But against us, easy game. He did it. We played before 3 days, and he also crushed us. I remember here, and that's why I knew he will not fold. He did crush us like this. He called 200 blinds all in with 4-6 suited against our ace-king suited. Where he 3-bet and I immediately jammed, just based on the table dynamic. I just knew he's gonna call it off with anything like he did now. Tables are still elaborating and everybody is still using a script, guys. That didn't unfortunately change. They are still scripters and they still do it. They also offer me a script and I just don't want to use it because it's really annoying and I think it's ruined the game. With script you want to have an unfair advantage even more against the weaker players. And I think it's I just don't see why would anybody do it. Yeah, people want unfair advantage always, but you know the thing is with the script, you're paying the guys that completely like they don't do anything. They are not they're not poker players, no poker community, nothing, and you're paying them money. Like I'm gonna go like this. I'm gonna go small, and here I'm gonna actually go with the jam. The guy's pretty capped, and we're gonna rep like a 2-pair and 7-9. He's sticky against me, so I would easily do it with value. We shouldn't be overbetting on this type of structure. I'm gonna go with 2/3. Queen 10, we're gonna go with fold queen 10. We bet 1/3 on the 4, 5, 7. Usually the lower boards require the higher c-bet size, but this guy is really easy to play against and overfolds turn and reverse significantly, so that's the reason why I would go small against him and bet the turn, and I wouldn't overbet because I want to put him in tough spot. He overfolds on the turn, he folds 56% to double barrels, so I want just to make him life tougher, so I'm going down with my size. Like even against him, like a half pot on the turn is not a bad idea. Ace queen suited 3-bet, big blind versus UTG. We have a polarized range from the big blind. And the guy where this guy lost, he lost with the ace jack. Let's see the hand. Didn't sit. He 4-bets the flop and call of shove on the turn. Okay, pretty standard. This is like the main story. He actually did the same things where we played before. he crash us, and he immediately gives it the next hand to all the other guys. Yeah, I'm gonna fold there. I also want to make a good sample on. I mean, it's uncomparable how quality of players and stars in here. Like, I used to play like Anarchy, you like Gachu, Random Bluffer, Metilt. So these guys, and then you're going to like everybody compared to them is super weak. And when we get the normal run, we're gonna crush them like way harder than on stars, and it will be nice. They have I mean, such many stupid plays like good regs. Uh, for example, I just noticed like 4-bet pot, I bet 10% and get shoved with an overpair on a blackboard on the deuce 4-4, and he just shoves eights, he just shoves nines. So he doesn't think that this board is super bad for his range because our like button versus blind, big blind is calling significantly a lot against the 4-bet, so he needs to call a lot of hands like ace queen off, king 10 suited, king jack suited, queen jack jack 10 suited. So this board hits him zero, doesn't hit him at all. Super bad board for his range, and most of his range is in trouble. And if he's raising his eights plus, which is his value, his best overpairs are gonna be eights, nines, and tens. They jam jacks always against me. Even tens they like to jam. So if he's immediately just jamming eights, nines, and when he calls, you can just bet shove everything, because he will only call his like basically backdoor draws type of hands and ace highs. And you see like a reg winning reg. I mark them just based on the winnings on the winnings on the team stat name. So I don't didn't on stars. I marked people based on that, how I grade them based on the ability I think they are good. But here, because it was many players I'm not familiar with and I don't know them at all, and I just have to then use the labeling system based on their winnings. Okay, we're just gonna check behind. I think clear check behind with ace 10. The guy checks his range. We see that he's gonna be probably around 3% hands. That's like jacks to ace king. Maybe he has some ace queen suited, king queen suited. A really tight guy, out of position. We're just gonna go with the bet now, and we're gonna go 19. So we're gonna have kings, queens. That's his super strong range, and clear check behind on the flop. On table number 1, interesting hand. I think it's some kind of the. It's a 3-bet pot. Probably big c-bet. Probably big c-bet. We're gonna see. Ace king 8. It is the board. If you want to play like a GTO wizard, you can bet a range and mostly use 1/5 size. If you want to play like this, which I think it is simplification that is good. You can use like that. I choose what I want to play. Against some guys I will play like this. Against some guys I will but on ace king 8, I think if you want to have like a simplified strategy, just bet range, use a lot of 1/3 and a lot of 1/5, it's good. I started working with the GT Wizard as soon as they use this new node locking system, and I actually like it. I think it's pretty much a lot of faster learning. That's the key thing, you learn more faster. On Pio you need to still a lot of wait. I still prefer Pio because I just started with Pio and I put the GT Wizard to look exactly the same as Pio. But you learn faster through GT Wizard. You can just do a lot more stuff in a shorter period of the time. We're gonna go with a hefty bet on the 3-4-8, bigger size you want to use, mostly if Jack 9 fits the bill. We're gonna play hands like 9s, 10s, jacks, pretty close to this with this size. And the guy reps a queen. Let's see what happened. He reps it nice with the check back on turn. A lot of... no, he raised the flop. So he actually reps ace queen. Only ace queen. I didn't see, I thought it was a big bet on the flop. But now it's a raise on the flop. So he's repping ace queen on the flop. Yeah, I think he's repping the ace queen actually, yeah. Only ace queen, play like this. He like a queen 10 if he raises. I think he needs to continue to bet it on turn. So queen 10 he should be betting on turn. So ace queen, and I think he check back ace queen because I think he thinks now with against what he's getting value when the guy calls a check raise and the 10 hits, what he's getting value from with the ace queen. And that's why he checked back, because I don't think he thinks he can just go with bet turn shove river and get called by verse. We don't have that problems because us everybody calls with anything, so when you have the bad image you need to be aware of it. You need to be aware of your image. So that's the we're gonna just okay. You need to be always aware of your image. That's the crucial thing. Okay. I'm gonna use also a lot of GT Wizard strategy here that is including a lot of 20% bet. So we're gonna go for B20 on monotone boards. And we're gonna use also here 150. I'm going to check with ace jack. And we're going to we can check raise him immediately because he's just going to have the hand. And he's sticky. We're going to go with the check raise. Let's see how he reacts to no bets. We just have to shove. Okay, and here the guy delay bets. Delay, let's see here. I think we actually have a nice call. And going smaller turn. Let's see, delay really high, delay bet river. After betting turn, we're gonna go with small pots. Let's see how much he bluffs. Not bluffing very much, but our hand is too good to fold. A lot of hands with 9 should be better flop. And he has 74%, so I expect him hands like 8, 9, 7, 9, 9, 10, just better flop a lot. We have a clear check back on the river with king 9. Just thinking about it. Yeah, his high CBET frequency. That's the problem here. Do I want to bluff raise it? It's also a question. I think with the ace X now, with ace 4 now. Yeah, with this combination, not with this combo now. But with a combo like 3-5, for example. 4-5 is not bad. It's also not bad the thing that blocks like 8-9. For example, if you have like 4-8 suited. It's also not bad. Alright, also block like I think also hand like, actually now it looks good because like a king 4 is not bad. Also blocking king 9 because his most frequent 9 is gonna be ace 9 and king 9. That are hands that not gonna bet a lot on the flop. Yeah, so ace 4 is not that bad actually. I would say it's too strong. We also had a club. I think it's too strong, but you want to also block the 9s that are checking behind. In this case, it wouldn't have much impact, but generally, because he had a hand that should be a lot betting the flop. Okay, we're gonna go. I'm gonna actually go bigger here. And we're gonna go. Here we're gonna check a bunch. So this is super combo draw with both sides, and we're just gonna use it like this. Okay. And I'm gonna go raise now. Step bet fold. I'm gonna actually just call. And we're gonna go bet normal size. And on do 3-7 we're gonna do a lot of checking. And we're just gonna check all here. And we're gonna go 22. And give up here. We're gonna go check call again. This guy is step flop in 3-bet fold versus check raise 99. That means his step range is really bluff heavy. So we're just gonna check call. And of course check call the river. We look to weaker players a lot like an ace high with the clubs, like ace queen and ace king. He has pocket threes, nothing we can do there when we put it in this line for sure. No matter this run, we're gonna get through it. I didn't check raise against this guy just because his stepping range is really bluff heavy. So I didn't want to check raise this hand. I put it in the check call. This guy should be actually folding deuces and threes if they play these ranges based on the rake. So deuces and threes are folding a lot. I never fold them personally, but they are folds. So we're not worried about this flop. We're gonna do a lot of check calling and just putting kings there. Yeah, just unlucky. And this is his stepping position, 68%, 64 in 3-bet pots. Fold to check raise. So that indicates his stepping range is going to have a bunch of non-equity hands that are just going to fold to check raise. So why would you do? And his step flop bet turn is 60 and step flop bet is 100%. So he did it always. Okay, we're gonna go bigger size. This guy doesn't fold to bets a lot, so we're gonna go with the bigger size. Ace 5 is unfortunately fold in a multi-way. Going bigger on the turn against the fish, I think it's the way to go. This guy is also really aggressive, so and he also reps like his value range. It's also like, what is his value range there? Is he gonna be jamming hands like nines? That's the question. Tens. Generally, from what I see, his like value range is gonna be there, basically sets and flushes, because I don't see like any other hands. 7 8 6 7 is not betting, so 7 8 suited and 7 8 suited, and that's it. The sets. He can have also 9 10, but generally sets and flushes and 7 8. And based on his stats, he can easily have like a non-equity on this run out where we looked really capped. So for example, like with these stats, he can also step the ace-x hands, but also he can be stepping like queen 10. Let's see, what was the board? Queen 10 of hearts and just bet, bet, bet. And we're gonna go 10. A7 is just a check. He usually steps. This is 1/4 step. It's gonna give him a bunch of equity. Now he looks like we have to bluff here, because this guy's using this size with like low pairs. Yep, we're gonna bluff this. We're gonna go 20. We can have easily 8 6s. We can go like this with the 10x. I would go like 10 9, and we're gonna lose a hand if we check, because he would bluff on this 8 everything. So we're gonna bluff with the hand. It's not gonna. They shouldn't be bluffing very often, but we're gonna do it. Just player dependable. Folding this. Less tight. The new guy that I didn't mark. Jack 3. We're gonna call. On a big blind, you're gonna also have raises with the top pairs, with various top pairs, big blind versus small blind, just to have a board coverage. So you're gonna use like Jack 5, also Jack 4 as a raising position, lower frequency. But you're gonna mix all of top pairs. You're gonna have them. Of course, you can play to have your best ones also there. A lot of people plays like this, but solver is randomized to have a board coverage on most. But if you want to play to put the best top pairs in raising range, middle like this, and you can just balance with like a 2 pair, like a Jack 6 not gonna raise, Jack 8 gonna raise. You can also balance like that. Okay, we're gonna go 1/5 our strategy, which is I think really good. He goes with the triple. We have a clear call here with our hand. With the ace king of diamonds, we're actually checking. I would bluff with the clubs, and I would bluff with hearts. Let's go here to see. Jacks. I guess his calling range is gonna be like 9s plus. He's 3-betting a lot. He checks with jacks. Okay. I think the question there is how much we check on that 10. That's the key question. We should be checking some aces and kings. So that's the question that is in his eyes. Are we checking a lot of aces and kings on a 10? Because I mean, the question is this guy, you see that this is his, in 3-bet pots raising position not happening, and in 4-bet pots, he didn't raise flop ever. You see, he didn't raise flop ever. So I would say that 9s and 10s, this guy wouldn't ever raise, just based on a feeling for him that he wouldn't raise these hands. And if he isn't, then the 10 is super bad, and we should be checking a lot of aces and kings. So all depends there. All depends. My impression is, so I'm gonna do a lot of checking with this ace king combination, and I would bluff with a club and without the backdoor. But with the ace king of diamond, we are actually blocking a lot of his floats, and I don't see, we're not gonna ever fold out better hand now on that 10, and we're not gonna be called by worse, so the hand doesn't have sense in a situation to be nothing then check. We can still sometimes value bet on some runouts our ace king. On some runouts we want to bluff with certain combo of the ace king, especially the one that is like blocking the best stoppers that he's gonna have. So it has reason to be betting ace king, but not against him and not our combo. So we're just gonna go with give up. He did that with pocket jacks, check behind. And yep, this is a little weird. After check turn, I just felt like if he's gonna have the straight, he's just gonna go with the overbet that he did. We timed out, unfortunately. I don't think he's just gonna use this, so he's wrapping basically 5, 6 and 6s. I think with 3s here. I just remember that he's like betting range on the river was mostly polarized with the pot, and he now used this range. So for sure with the straight he would bet pot. So actually I don't mind the call on the river. We can play this whatever we want. If we want to check raise, it's fine. If we want to bet, it's fine. We're gonna bluff with the ace deuce here, and I'm gonna go with a block size, and here we're gonna go with a check raise. We are saying we have pocket sixes, 7, 8, and 6, 7 basically. It's gonna make the job done against better ace highs here, and this guy can also fold the hand like a 4. And I'm gonna go with an orbit here. He has really bad checking ranges, and we're gonna attack that. On the ace jack queen, I usually like to have a overbet, a lot of overbet range immediately on the flop. King queen is too strong. King queen is too strong. We're gonna go with block. Now let's check this guy. This guy's son. I think we correct. We have a clear call, but I just want to check him out. He's using a super big size. I mean, 2.4 in position is not something that is normal. I'm gonna go with 4-5 calling. Okay. We're gonna go 1/5 here. And we're gonna bet the river. I'm gonna check all this. We can check raise or check call. The thing is that we don't have deuces a lot against a bigger 3-bet size. But 4-5 is super good to check raise the flop. I think really good hand. I don't have a feeling for him yet. Didn't play it a lot, so that's the reason why. Ace 10, I guess this guy had ace 10. Ace 4. Didn't bet the flop with it, okay. And we're gonna go with the bigger size here. We're gonna go like we have a 10. Check with nines. Bet river with it. And block river here. Block river. I think block river against this guy is the play. And I think it's good. His fold. After check, he folds way too much. So block has the most sense. That means his check range will be really, really bad. On this run out, he will not gonna call. So with our nines, I like a block there. Check the flop, check all the flop, check all the turn, and check the river. Okay, seems good. I'm gonna go small. He should be calling. He called with a7. We're gonna check back here. Now is he gonna turn this pocket pairs and 8x into bluff? It's the question. And this guy could. He will obviously value bet. Yeah, this guy will turn the pairs into bluff. Also, so we have an easy call against him. We're gonna go small. On this board structure where he is c-betting a lot, check range gonna be, he actually checked with kings. So he has a 70% c-bet but checks with kings on the 7-8-5. Okay, so this guy is different sort. So that indicates he's just gonna overbluff with betting range with c-bets. Captain 67 aggression. We're not gonna go anything with it. anywhere with our queen jack against him. Ace 3, okay. Some kind of the reg fish, I would say. Let's see the less tight guy. Usually whenever they have another nickname like this, they're opposite to what the nickname says. If they say I'm a rogue aggressive, they are not aggressive. And this guy is having aggression or like really low turn and river, 29 turn. It's just aggressive on the flop, so yeah. His nickname is not 26-21. Fold to three bet 56%, okay. We're gonna use this and three bet 8-7, 5-7 suited. On a small blind that we shouldn't be doing against this guy. I mean, you can occasionally do it against everybody. It's not gonna like do much of the difference. And here we're gonna bet range with 1/5. We're gonna go 4.25. This guy, I'm still not sure what he also is. Let's see what the Steam stat name says. Too small sample of the hands. Only 2000 hands, 29, 23. So he is the reg, but we don't know which sort. Mainly check calling 4-6 suited. We're gonna go with bet. We're gonna go small bet, small bet. And we're gonna go really small. A bunch of his range will be still this like ace-x hands. He had sixes. They didn't have a diamond, so not. Our size is like that he needs to call it still. So yeah, I think it's good. King 4 we're gonna open. So this guy is a reg. We don't know how good of the reg he is. Is this guy now gonna value bet like this? We block king, queen, king, jack. That's gonna check behind. Is he gonna value bet tens, jacks, queens? He should. Nines, pair. Okay. Queen 10. On the river, we're gonna block or overbet mostly. Our hand can go either way. Our value bet range we want to value bet an 8, of course. I would value bet 7s, basically 5. So we have to have a block range, and we want to have an overbet range, because with the overbet we want to attack his capping range and be balanced in these two ranges. So our hands needs to go both, mainly in the overbet region. and our bluff's gonna be complete trash that has some blockers to 6. If we think his range is really poor, we can just use any 2 cards also. This guy falls to 3-bet really a lot. Multi-way. We get out of the way. Less tight is we crack. Find a new table, guys. We're gonna find a new one. Immediately have it. Queen 8. We're gonna open. Checking range on this for 6. You need to have a small bet frequency. I just simplify it as a check range, this type of boards. So I check everything I have. Solver attacks these ranges with an overbet, with a big bet on the flop. EV is the same if you use half pot, but Solver prefers to be polar when facing a check on smaller boards and also on like pair boards. Okay, now I want to go with an overbet or with small. I'm gonna go small against this guy. And now we're still gonna bluff it. And we're gonna use 1/3. We can also use the overbet, but I would use the overbet with hand like 7-8, for example. Queen 8 will be like wrapping a Jack 8 hand. So my queen high is gonna go in that range of hands. And I will overbet with the blockers to 6 because we have a lot of 6x hands that step the turn with a small size also. So yeah, we just need to think what we want to wrap, and that's it. We wrap this. Think it has a lot of sense with our hand. When they check out of position the ace XX board where they need to bet a lot, my strategy is to have just a check range. So I'm going to check everything I have. And check river here. He's saying he has an underpair to an ace or a low ace. I don't like this spot. Yep, he's saying it. Now it's more of the ace X. This is weird. He wraps a jack. But the size doesn't fit. And I don't think he checked behind hand like an ace 5. And now wrapping like this. I'm gonna go with a call. He does it, okay. Too high aggression, 67. Like the biggest high, I mean it's low sample, but he's now on the river wrapping an ace. Jack doesn't have sense, he wouldn't use this size. I expect this type of player. I mean, it's reasonable check, but like I feel that this guy is some maybe not even a reg, so it's not bad. We block ace 8. Yep, it's not a jack. Let's see this guy actually how much he 3-bets, because here it looks like he's super aggressive. Okay, small blind versus cut of 29 here. Mainly calling tens. His 3-bet small blind versus cutoff is gonna be around 10%. That indicates like sevens plus, and he uses the big sizes. That's what he needs to use here, so he plays it good. He needs to use like this or 82. We're on calling with tens. The king, he will bet like every Broadway now. He's using also, I like the size that he's using on the turn. I would use the same. He can still easily bet with queens here. We're calling. Now the thing is what is there like thin shove here? Is it gonna be like king jack? That's the question. Because if he's not shoving king jack, he's over bluffing. He has king queen. He's doing it then okay. Because on the river now he can jam ace jack and ace queen, but he needs to go thin as a king queen and king jack. King queen is for sure there, so he did play it really good. He uses all the good sizes. He definitely played the hand well. This he also combo that always bets. A lot of guys would go check on the river, really a lot of guys, but these guys don't think how much they will bluff in this spot. And if they will go bluffing a lot, then they for sure must thin value bet a lot. This guy is a fish. I immediately go bigger size. We're gonna bet our 4-5 for sure. His vendor showdown is 32. We're gonna bet here to fold out hands like a queen without a club. Ace of X is still going nowhere. Our bluffing region looks like he goes with the check raise with big. He needs to call this really a lot, and this is like really I mean we have clear fold, but I'm just speaking generally. I really underbluffed. This size is against this size we can also make big folds. It's gonna really hard for them to find bluffs. They would need to bluff a lot to turn a queen into bluff with a club. They're not doing that. I'm gonna go with 3-bet with king 9. And we're gonna go small river here against him. This is his check fold range, so this guy literally folds nothing. And here we're gonna go with half pot from the GT wizard. Half pot. I usually before I always go with a bigger size than this, but half pot in position is enough there. We're gonna go small, do 7-10. 57% big blind versus small blind defending, 12% 3-betting, 45 calling. His defense gonna look like king 8 off, queen 8, jack 8 off, 5 6 off. That's bottom of his defending range. Gonna hit this board poorly. He's not gonna have off 2 pairs, so that's good for us. So we can put pressure. Sevens needs to 3-bet sometimes, tens always. So definitely not a bad spot. We're gonna just mark this guy as a fish. I need to get feeling for these guys. When I started on stars, one of the reasons why stars actually unfroze my account was that we had a slow start. So whenever I start anywhere, I always have a slow start. So in these 2 weeks that I played here, uh, again, like always, slow start. A lot of, but we had really bad run. I had so many setups and like bad beats, so really a lot below EV. But that's like always when I start new site, new pool. I know some guys from before, but generally a lot of them I don't know. And yeah, it's always like that. Slow start, and I'm gonna go. I guess this guy I'm gonna go actually check. Um, and the reason that also happened on stars, and that's one of the reasons why they froze my account, because they said, how did you get better in such quick time? Because my first 100k hand, so it was, I didn't have any sample. I started from zero. I never played on stars before, and yeah, we're gonna go with the bet here. Usually we need to check this, but this guy's gonna have like a king 8 off in the range. He can have easily off worst two pair hands like 7-9, pretty much 9-10 off in the range. And when they check there, I think we are always good. And that was there. How did I get quickly that better? Because I had a slow start, and it's always to me like when you're exploiting somebody, you can exploit him only if you know what he's doing. And until you get sample and reads and feeling about him, you can't exploit anybody actually. You can just exploit them if, in terms of a pool exploit. That is also good. It's great thing when you are exploiting a pool. But the thing is that pool exploits are not even close reliable, or let's say in that degree reliable as are the individual exploits. So you will have a lot easier time to exploit somebody you exactly knew what he's doing and his strategy. And that happened after I get sample. I just knew what they're doing and I knew how to counter them, and I knew what is my image. I knew what they're betting, what they're calling with, and what I need to do against them. So it was definitely way easier for me then. But at the first, yeah, at the first it was problematic at the first. And when I get the sample, it was easy going. And in that time, actually, I did finish my breakthrough HUD, and around like 100 something K hands, I started using my breakthrough HUD, and I just got all the information I needed from them and knew where the range breaks, where I can put pressure and how to break the ranges, and that was then a lot easier. But here actually I'm now getting the stats on some guys. I mean, I played on Ipoker like 7 years, so they are still same guys that are playing now. So I have on some stats, but I did forget like a dynamics we had before, how they see me. I mean, I don't know how good they are now compared to then. So a lot of things changed, and it just takes time to get to know them again. I start making the reads, and I don't have my reads back. So the reads that I had before, I don't have, because I didn't play with the hand to note. I played with hold the manager, so I don't have the reads that I had. And I had on most of them, I had really cool and a lot of reads. So I'm kind of in the dark still, but yeah, look at this guy. For example, he 3-bets big blind versus small blind with the aces. The board is like queen 9-4. He c-bets half pot. We check raise 2.5, and he instantly shoves with the aces. So when you see a read like this, it's such a powerful read, because if he's shoving immediately aces there, that indicates that his call of the check raise range will be weaker than aces. It's gonna be more capped and more okay with like, obviously he's gonna have slow plays, but generally the thing is that if you can just immediately these strongest overpairs, you can immediately with the check raise, if he's jamming them, you can immediately discount them from range, and it's much easier than to know like how his range looks like and which hands are you attacking. And yeah, if you're not still playing aces there against the check raise, I mean, your range is just gonna be crap. Your range is gonna be 3% of slow plays and 97% of pairs weaker than an overpair and draw and ace high. So the range that we just can't take a hit from well balanced check raise strategy. So just one read like that can tell you immediately how his strategy is going to look like in that spot. So that is something I'm going to go down this board. That's something for me that is really important in my game. Everybody who has the biggest edge on guys are the people who exploit the best. So if you're exploiting the best possible, we're gonna go still small, or we can go with a check. It depends. Now 7. Against him I will actually check. He seems really aggressive, so we're gonna go with a check on the turn. On this 7, it still cuts down our value range, so we're gonna go with a check call. Now we look a lot like draw or 10. We're gonna still have some 8s, like 8, 9. Okay. And it's like, this is perfect result basically. When you get to the showdown against pocket jacks and you lose a minimum amount of it. So I mean, it would be also good if we go with a check call, but he needs to use bigger size, check call on the flop, he used bigger size on the turn, so we lose a lot more, and he check behind river. And yeah, this, we just donk the minimum on the flop, check all the turn, and go to the showdown. We're gonna go here with a half. I'm gonna check. Guy thinks it looks to me as a fish. Pretty sure he is. And we don't have it. He is not even on the. He's not there. He's not on the team stat name. He doesn't have any hands there. Just my based on the nickname. Not that reliable, but usually when I see a nickname, if there is no like a big reg logic there, I'm gonna go. Okay, I'm gonna go with check. This thing, I mean, he's now. There are guys that's gonna bet with this size a king to not get check raised. To not get check raised. I think he's betting 8 always. I'm gonna go with the check raise still. He's the type of guy he will bet here with the king jack with this size and fold to raise. So that's the reason why I use this hand to bluff. And I use the small size, you see, like really, really small. Okay. I'm gonna go with the call here with ace queen. This guy is crazy. I think against him, I don't mind raising the flop immediately. Yep, I'm gonna raise the flop immediately. This guy is having 3-bet insanely high, and We just want protection with our force against a range that's going to have king 9 off and stuff like that. Fish here, and let's see, pro butts probably fish also. Pro butts 40. The good thing is that really now when I made such a lot of work with the HUD, and I don't need to make a new update for some period at least, because I put everything I wanted. I will have time now for videos. I will have, this is sick hand by the way, and this guy is for sure fish. I will have a lot of time for videos, for streaming, for Twitch. If you want to see me live, we can arrange it. Like I said, if you want immediately a stream, give a 100 likes, and I'm just gonna do it the next day. 100 likes for video, and I'm doing the live Zoom stream on Stars together with you on Twitch. Us together against the needs from the Zoom. Okay, let's see here. Because the main thing is, if we want, a lot of you guys ask me, let's go Zoom, let's go Zoom. Okay, I'm giving you opportunity. Zoom, do your part, I'm gonna do my part. Let's grow the channel, grow my Discord channel also. All of you are welcome. We all together work, learn. Everybody's invited. You don't need to buy HUD to be in my Discord. You can just be there, work for free, learn anything. Everybody's invited. There are no restrictions, so yeah. Sevens, we're gonna go with 3-bet. Mixing call and a 3-bet, I think it's both is okay. And I didn't see, I just want to see what happened. So he check raises, this guy probably called, he pots. Or bets, yeah. Okay. And I think I'm going to jam actually here. That based on the dynamics, I feel like he's tilted. And I'm going to go with the jam at sevens. Yeah. I just feel by the size, by the timing that he is tilted, we win against him there with that hand where he had king queen. He immediately 3-bet us, then 4-bets us, and by the size, by the timing, it feels like bluffy. Usually in this situation, when they have a hand, they time more. He used it fast. He used a little bigger size like 24 there against my polarized range. Just feels bluffy. We're calling here for sure against him. And betting small king queen 3, where we have this enormous range advantage. And we get raised. Really seems passive guy, raises, and we're gonna go with bet the river. And here we're gonna go check raise, and we're gonna go big, because we are saying we have 4 or a bluff, and we can have bluffs like a flush draw still, or like a draws like 5-7 has sense, 7-8, so we can still have it. And let's see what the guy had when we had ace queen. I want to see, he had queen 5. Yeah, we could also let him bluff the river. If I saw this queen 5, but he did check the river, right, with the queen 5. So 7-8-3, I'm gonna go actually with checking. Sometimes we need to check. If we never check here, I mean, our hand prefers bet, to be honest, but I'm gonna go with the check. Because if we never check it, and against the delay, he faults a lot, we're gonna go with bet. A lot of ace queen and king queen is gonna be there, so we're gonna go with it. Our hand can easily face any check raise size, so that's good. And I don't think he check raises much against the delay. 6.7 head of flush draw, okay. Um, which size we want to use, guys? Do we think now the... I'm gonna actually go like this. So we can still have ace queen with a heart, king queen. So let's be a little tricky and put it like this. I should bet the flop. I don't know why I didn't. Bigger size here against the small blind range. Yeah, Bajatinga, it seems that he's on the aggro side. So aggro fish probably. His small blind range 8%. So he's gonna have probably ace 10 off range, like king, like off Broadway suited aces. Think clear check here. And to this size, there's a chance that, yeah, no, he's calling. Okay, he's calling sixes. It's like pocket fours with a diamond. Probably he has queen jack off also in the range. Queen jack off, okay. You're gonna have a lot of these guys on Ipoker. These like weak regs. I mean, most of the pool, you see, like this guy is so weak. I mean, I put him red, but on stars, this guy would never have a red label to me. It was always gonna be blue one. 24-18, fold to 3 bet 67, aggression 34. And you like the guys on stars gonna be aggression 40. They're gonna play like 29, 22, 30, 24. These type of guys that are top there. So if you compare these guys, I mean, pool is a lot. I mean, maybe like a weak regs are similar and the fish are similar. Maybe, actually, fish here, I think it's way like more aggressive. On stars, you have a lot of fish like 30-18, 30-14, weak passive. And here you have guys like this. This guy will probably play like 50-38, aggression 40. So fish here is maybe aggressive, but generally like top regs or good regs from stars would crush these guys really hard. That's my opinion, and I don't think it's just like opinion. I played on stars 800,000 hands in last year, and yeah, I also played a little bit of Zoom. A lot stronger pool. You see, like this guy's for sure. You see, he's just putting it a lot of like in a lot of spots. Uses the sizes. Like doesn't matter the board coverage, nothing like the board runouts. So this guy will be for sure really aggressive. So on Poker Stars, the fish is a lot tighter. These guys are very aggressive, and you know, a lot of guys have trouble to play against this type of guys. I'm just gonna show here. I think we need to bet here and get it in. We're gonna always have 30% plus equity against whatever he has. So, and he's gonna have hands like a 6-10 suited, 6-7 suited on the flop. All of these hands. Ace-X of hearts. Not flush. We're never folding, but I think we want to bet and get just to have a better odds. Bet and just call the shove. The Riddler. Okay, we're gonna see the Riddler. That's a fish for sure. I don't think any reg would call himself the Riddler. 55. We're gonna actually float and long term. This guy's weak, continuing only with equity. So against him, we can float this that we shouldn't be doing. And now we think what we want to do with the size. I think we want to bluff for sure, so just we're gonna go like this. Majority of our check calling range is gonna be like ace 10, ace jack, or ace king, and ace queen. So we're gonna bluff this for sure. I wouldn't play it as a check call against anybody else. I would mostly bet it. The Riddler is 59, 23 bet. So we're gonna have the guys like this, a lot of guys like this. Basically, you see Bahatinga will be like this, the Riddler will be like this, Whale Friend's gonna be like this. So a lot different like this. These guys can put you in trouble, you know. These guys can put you in a much tougher spot than a weak reg can, because they can find bluffs in any spot, in any possible spot. They can find bluffs. They can do some weird shit. They can just do random stuff. You will not know their range. You will not know how they perceive some spots. So whenever you have these guys on tables, everything changes completely. Everybody plays differently. And it's always fun to play against these guys. And these guys know to crush me. I mean, on Super Sport, the first 20 guys that won most out of me, first 17 is like this type of players. Because they can put in, if they run hot and they do their stuff, you know, and you want to, for example, bluff them in the right spots, and you just know, the thing is, you need to know the range and where it breaks, and they didn't know it themselves. So you need to have a better understanding of how they play than they have. And that's like a very, very hard task. And yeah, some people will tell you, okay, just play ABC and just wait for hands. But against this type of guys, if you're just waiting for hands and you're not gonna get hands, you're not gonna have a good time. So I will never advise anybody to play ABC, that because playing ABC doesn't exist. Playing ABC is excuse for playing weak poker, waiting for hands, and if you're playing like that, you will make money when the run is good, and you will always lose money when the run is bad. So you don't want to do it. You want to play your range, and you want to break ranges, and you want to exploit the strategies that are unbalanced. That's what you want to do. And the fish has the biggest possible deviation from the GTO. So playing ABC is something that's not gonna give you near close percentage of the EV as the exploit strategy would. So the key against them, in my opinion, is to find and understand their strategy. We're gonna call Queen 8 and play in position with a hand that is well ahead of his opening range, and play it in position. As a 3-bet, don't like it very much, because the guy will call Queen 10 off, Queen Jack off, King Queen off, all of these hands, Queen 9 off. So I would better 3-bet Queen 10 suited, or Ace 10 off, or King Jack off, or King 10 off, than Queen 8. I'm gonna go with the check behind. So the key is to get to know them, their tendencies, see what they're doing, understand them, and then it's much easier. Okay. I mean, the strangest delay bet here, like he's wrapping a jack in a spot where he needs to go. If he's having a 10, he's having a 10. I don't see many 10x hands. We block 9-10. We're not blocking 8-10. He seems passive on rivers. I'm gonna call with ace-9. We block 9-10 and jack-10, and I'm pretty shocked to see this. That he is not... I'm gonna go 2/3. That he's not betting the jack-10 on the jack-8-9. Small blind versus big blind. And I'm shocked here also. This guy is having a straight, checking twice. Okay, he's on the UTG. I'm betting with ace-10 flop mostly, or turn. Okay. Seems that this guy is really tight on rivers, so against him I should probably make a fold. He's generally tight and passive. Team statement has turn of 29, so that's indication. We're gonna go with only a call to let Bahatinga in. Fold, and I want a bigger size here. Fold with the jack-10 for sure. We're bluffing the river. Let's see the guy. Went to showdown low. Okay. I'm gonna go like half pot. The 7, now when the 7 is on the river, it's less chance he has it, so it's gonna be mostly like under pairs. Their checking range is bad, like under pairs and ace highs. Okay, we're gonna go with a call. And bet with king 10. We have full house there. We're gonna check behind the turn here on the ace. We're gonna act like we wanted him to fold. Okay. He was seated out and I bet intentionally like it looks. Then we want to scoop the pot. It was little. This guy has only 40 blinds, so we're not gonna go in this table. Everybody is full on this, and we're gonna go there. We're gonna call here. The ace 4 suited. Small blind versus early position around 9 against hero 0. Probably will be tighter against us. 9% would be like 8 plus 8 to aces, some ace, jack, king, queens, but not all of them. And we're gonna go small. Let's his check. That's the guy that likes to check raises here. But we need to bet our hand also. Okay, we're gonna go with a 3-bet here or call. We're gonna call this combo, okay. And we're gonna go again. When and we block aces. Okay. We're gonna go half. And calling here. And we're gonna jam now. I think he has an overpair actually. I think he has an overpair. I don't see him calling the turn, this type of guy, but he folds, okay. Let's go with the raise. I actually thought he has an or pair. But he quickly folded, and against us he wouldn't fold it. So it seems he had backdoor clubs, most likely. Or like an ace king that just called and fold the river. Here indication that he would check raise the or pair, that's indication. But he did check call ace queen as a tributor. Small blind, let's see where it was. Actually that was small blind versus button, he check called the ace queen. Let's see that hand actually. Is it against us? There's only sense against us to do it, no. I see how he played ace queen. Didn't bet the river, nothing. They're just so trappy. They like to trap, so they, as soon as you see like they're trapping a lot, you see like in this line, he will be pretty sure bluff heavy in a c-bet region, and he will be bluff heavy in a bet check bet line. And I noticed that they are just not really betting thin at all. They are just trapping with a lot of good hands in the spots. There are not a lot of sense to be trapping, because a lot it looks like that showdown, that player in position have showdown value, and you can still go with the check. What I was trying to say, the in position player, for example, it's going to just do a lot of checking and not bluffing. When he check behind the turn, he's just going to go with a lot of check behind on the river also. There's no many hands in that line where the board is like that, that's going to bet the flop, check the turn, and bet the river again. Most bluffs just bet the turn, and hands that's just going to showdowns is going to check behind the turn, going to check behind the river. So in this situation where they trap, when they bet, they will lose a lot of range that should be betting, and it's now slow playing. So in that case, when I write a read like that, these guys are the candidates you just want to bluff catch enormously against. That's the thing. Against them you want to bluff catch a lot, because they will be in unbalance, and that slow play region of their range that should be going into betting range is going to just make them unbalanced toward not value. So that's the thing. So you always need to be aware of that and be careful of it. Queen 7 check on the flop. Guy rarely steps, so against him we'll just go with our hand with the delay. If I'm having a backdoor draw, I would bet. But here no. And here let's see, big blind versus button, 3-bet 11%. So well, you don't see hands like Queen 5 suited. So this guy is linear. That means he is linear, and against us 0. So this guy will be linear, okay? 11% linear looks like eights, ace jack, king, queen, suited broadways, some ace 4 and ace 5. And against the linear range without the suited connectors, he had 8, 9 and jack 10, so pretty much I think that's it. To this size, I'm just gonna fold against him. Rarely uses the big size, and he uses it only with over pairs. We're gonna call ace queen. We're gonna call with the arrow of ace jacks, with the heart. We're gonna call with the diamonds. We're not gonna be. This guy is tight. his range is linear, so probably like 8-9 plus. So if there is no that that region of queen 7 suited, king 5 suited, 6-9 suited, jack 7 suited, this type of hands, then our hand is not gonna call. Clear as that. Against this guy is also fish. Checking behind. Going into the showdown with it. On the river we can really bet it actually. I missed value there. With ace queen. We're gonna go small against him. On table number 1 on the 10, 50% open on the small line. He uses the bigger size here. This is small blind versus big blind. Pop up on turn, he's not aggressive. I would say his value range is going to be like queen jack plus. So we're of course calling with bluffs. I think this guy is only equity driven. I was just on the calling the river here because his value range with block is still gonna be just a straight. So we're never raising here with queen jack. He had ace jack, which is also equity driven. He had open ender. He's not gonna bluff there with like a king 5 of clubs or okay. Against Bahatinga we're gonna go with a bet. We're gonna check behind turn and call river. Aggressive fish likes to check raise. And actually in the pool analysis they under bluff with the block river bets. Our hand is call. This is reg move. So it's possible the guy is a reg, just had a beginning run hot at the beginning. We're gonna go. I think do we want to go for value here? I'm gonna go with check. What he had. The Riddler. We're gonna go block bet the river here. Folder. We're gonna go block bet the river. And use small size. I don't think he'd do it with. I mean, he can do it with a king queen. But generally, I think we have a call. He had 10-7. He uses like over 10x. I don't think it's a king queen or an ace queen. It's gonna be, and it's hard for him to have like a queen 4. I think he would just bet it based on his. So I don't think he has queen 4 or 7-4. He had it this time, but yeah. I think it's close still. He can have 7s. And I didn't see a 2 pair there, and I don't think he would do it with a king queen. A lot of ace king and ace queen are bet on the flop, so we're folding the turn. I'm gonna go 1/5. I'm gonna go 110. Yep, the size is too big, and to me it felt like he reps a check behind flush or 7s. I just don't see a 2 pair there. He did bet like in position everything, so I don't see like queen 4, queen 3 for sure. Yeah. We're folding the flop immediately. We're using the bigger size on the 9xx boards. I will never use 1/3 here, so only 2/3 plus. And now he looks like a reg, actually, and based on sizing and everything, I think he probably is some kind of reg, but we don't know what, which. I'm gonna jam it against the Riddler. I'm gonna go with the check behind. We lost another all-in against them. And with the delay, we're gonna go with bigger size against Whale Frank. We just can't win with all ins today. And that was the most of the story since I started playing. Let's check this gap. Looks like a fish. Some kind of weak rag or something like that. Mostly a rag fish. We're gonna have check range in a multi-way. So why he isn't set off a label on other tables, it's a question. Because I think he probably is reg, we're gonna see, but feels like that. History is folding these positions, nines check. All of them uses the wrong sizes in multi-way pots. That's also something that I noticed. So I know for sure they didn't work in the multi-way pots. They just used the wrong sizes, wrong padding sizes, everything is wrong. And the guys on stars know exactly how to play them. So well, Frank called with 7. Yeah, the guy played it perfectly, okay. And here we're gonna go actually with our strategy of, we have a lot of checks. Let's see his. We'll go actually 20. Even this will be lower c-bet frequency even with 20. It's gonna be lower c-bet frequency. And 10 is good for our bluffs. So I'm gonna go 1/3 on the turn. We're gonna fold this. And we're gonna 3-bet 7 to 7-5 queen jack. I have read on sesame. Okay. Let's see how he play button versus big blind. Seems normal range. Check off, okay. We're gonna go small. Here he needs to call king queen. He basically needs to call everything. Let's see here. We're gonna go really small on the river. He checks here. gonna check behind. He should be betting this quite frequently when he checks. See, he's out of position. C-bet is 88. After check, turn bet fold 0. So we're just gonna fold. These are not kings played like this. He would check with kings. Okay, let's go here. We're gonna go with block the river here with 5-8. When the guy checks ace 10 4 and he is having 88% of betting in 4-bet pots, it's not good. I'll go small. Folds versus delay 67%. We just want to make it tough for him as possible. We're gonna go with our strategy of one big blind, button versus big blind. People play really poorly against it, so I like it. Usually, whenever people play really bad against something, that's something you want to use. And 150 in 4-bet pot in a lot of spots is something they play really bad against. And if you're using the GTO wizard strategy, for example, where they have a half pot a lot, so they bet the pot is 42 and you're going 21. Yep, it's good for your overpairs, but generally it's easy to play against it, really easy. And here you can just much better exploit in terms of 1/5 with the bluffs, and they need to respond a lot unintuitively. And in some spots they need to slow play these overpairs, and then if they're always raising them like 10s and jacks and 9s on these lower boards, then it's just an easy game. And if you're using this GT wizard strategy, yeah, it's not gonna be you're not gonna put them in hard spots for sure. I'm gonna go with 1/3 queens. I will check calling. I'm gonna call turn. To me now he's looking like a 7 or pocket 5 6s. I'm gonna go with an orbit. Again, we are playing exploitively here. We shouldn't be using this size. But just generally from what I see of these players like this, when they check behind the river, when they check the river here, they're gonna be really weak, like a 7, like a pocket 5s, or give up. So I like to overbet thin and bluff a really super a lot. So I would float here really wide on the check raise, calling all the broadways, and on the river like bluff all of them, because he can have like some weird. So if I'm floating hand like a 10 jack, I'm not gonna fold it on this small size on the turn. I'm gonna have these backdoor club hands, because when they're betting small on the turn, if I'm having two live cards like a queen jack, I'm just gonna call and try to fold them on the river. And because when they check there on the river, yeah, against an overbet, there's not much that they can do actually. king, queen, we're gonna call. So whenever I over bluff in some spot, I compensate that with betting thin for value also. And this is not bad as a check raise. We have eights, we have ace jack. I'm gonna actually use it. And we want to go super big with a check raise. Because we are saying we have ace jack or pocket eights. So our check raise is quite polarized. And we have a lot of ace jack off, basically all of it big blind versus cutoff. Our true betting ranges including hands like ace 10 off as a bluff, king jack off as a bluff, and ace jack as a call mainly. We're gonna go with 3-bet this guy with king 8 suited. Falls to 3-bet 80%. 15%, so this is tighter than, still looks kind of polar. Some ace 5. Ace 5 of hearts can do both. C-bet and fold to check raise 71. So we're gonna use a check raising. We have jack 9 suited, queen 9, have some pocket tens. So we're gonna go with the check raise. Hand like 9-10 suited, I would also check raise sometimes. We have 3s and 4s that I'm mixing check raising, and yep, and just checking the turn a lot. We're gonna have here hand like a jack 9, queen 9, king 9. We're gonna have pocket 10, so this turn for our check raising range is not great. Okay, it's good for 3s and 4s that doesn't care, or 9s. But 9s we're gonna slow play mostly, 3s and 4 doesn't care. So now we're thinking about what we want to do here. Do we want a block? Do we want to check? I think that this guy was just not gonna be bet hands like 10s or jacks. I'm gonna go 2/3. He'll check behind all of these hands, including 9x. For sure he's checking behind that. So getting one bigger slice of pie on the river is good. We protected our range. On the turn, we're still gonna have some completely trashy hand that we decide to bluff. If we check raise the hand like a jack 10, for example, yeah, jack 10 is not that. I mean, jack 10 is actually good because I think with 10s and jacks he would 3-bet the flop, so jack 10 is not great, not bad. So you have some team that doesn't have showdown value, and we still are going this thin for value. I think we can just put also sometimes bluffs like that. We're mixing call and a 3-bet with eights. The thing is that I'm pretty sure, just based how I played against them and how they play against me, I'm pretty sure that, let's see a multi-way how much he bet. Yep, this guy doesn't have an overpairs in the range, so we're gonna go with a bet. I'm pretty sure that I'm gonna be called always in this situation. So if I cut down the bluffs, it would be actually good for me if I do it. Because it doesn't matter that I'm going thin. I don't think that I'm ever folding anything that is pair and ace high. Just based on from what I see, and especially the dynamics that we had this last few weeks. We're just gonna call it off. I don't think he has an overpairs. We block aces that wants to check behind. He's betting 67 in position, so I think he's now wrapping like a 7 that doesn't have to block a7, so we're gonna have clear call. He has now kings. We block aces. I mean, kings and aces has sense to be for sure check behind there, and 5 5 6 were basically where big blind has so many 5x hands like king 5 suited, queen 5 suited, 3 5 suited, 5 7 suited. So checking kings and aces has a lot of sense, but I just didn't think this guy would do it. And usually we see that he's not doing that. He did check behind ace king, so I could have actually just, no, this is his betting range, what I'm saying. Yep, he just bet with the top pairs. I thought I'm looking, he's checking behind ranges, I'm just looking his betting range. So he bet jack 7 9 with a king jack, and he bet ace king, which is okay on the 4 6 king. Yep, I just don't think he's gonna have it. That much, and especially like with this ace, we block aces, which is really important. We're gonna go small on the turn. I mean, check behind turn is fine also, but we're gonna go small on the turn. He doesn't have many flushes. This guy's folding a bunch to 3-bet, so king jack, king 10, and jack 10 is basically all that has, and king jack and king 10 is 4-betting sometimes. Even jack 10 is 4-betting sometimes. So he's not gonna have a flush basically ever, or really really rarely. But we don't mind to check behind aces here. That's also a thing. Let's see how much he falls to double that. We should check behind against him. Bigger size on the flop for sure. Raise immediately. We are calling. We are ahead on the flop. Folder. Team Alpha. Team Alpha 23. Good. You see, like their fishes are like 46, 31, 3-bet 11 here on Ipoker. So we're gonna have a lot of aggro guys. This is like a stars type of fish. And these are like live type of fishes. When you play live, you're gonna find these guys. And yeah, it's really fun to play against them. In many tough situations you can be put on many tests. And it's always a challenge to just find a way, except getting the nuts to deal with them. It's not always an answer, play a stronger range than they play and wait, because the time can pass and their weaker range can on that day crush your stronger range. You want to always have advantage on them, not just when it goes well. So that's the key. You want to go deeper than that. Deeper than that. Whenever they are checking this board, they have some showdownable hand and medium strength hand. And delay 36. So we're gonna go with the check and check call the turn and then raise the river. That's the plan. Call with the pocket eights. And here actually I'm just gonna go with a check raise now. When he tanked this much, I'm gonna go with a check raise and a bigger one. Okay. 10-4 we're gonna call. Hands that we should be folding, but I'm not folding this to these guys. And we're gonna go with a block the river. Small size. King 9. King 9. And I'm gonna fold the 6 because these guys 3-bet a lot. And we just can't do nothing with the 6 there. If they 3-bet less, then we can do it, but if they're both 3-betting more, then no. We're gonna go wait. We're a little deeper, we're gonna go a little bigger. Going 1/3. This guy is super tight. And when he goes deep like this, I'm gonna actually fold the turn against him. To a pot. We're gonna go check here, and we're gonna go 1/5, 9.25. This is. We have the reversed reverse odds with it. The Queen of Spades is not great. Definitely, because their floats are open still with the backdoor flush draws. I'm gonna go actually with a check. I would check aces here also sometimes. We are winning against hand like a Jack 10 and pocket 9, so do we want to bluff ace 10? I don't think so. Okay, he has pocket jacks. He's 3-betting really a lot, so he has 8s and 9s in the range. So So it's not unnecessarily that we need to bluff this. And look at what I remember, like how he play his draws. Look at his sizing on turn with the draws. He uses super small size. And now in a 3-bet pot he goes big check raise on the flop. Big check raise on the flop, and on the queen he goes with a bomb on the turn. And there is no way deep he's gonna find bluffs in that quickly. He used this big. I mean, he just based from what I see, he's just weak. So yep, we're gonna go small against this guy. King 8 is fold, unfortunately. And I remember his check raising sizes. Ace queen. We're gonna go small. We can go bet, we can go check behind. Both is okay. I think this guy would also check raise based on his aggression, a lot of jack 10 hands. He's actually saying he has a jack 10. I'm gonna call with ace queen. I'm gonna check with sixes. Small size, he folds 54%. We're just calling. He's wrapping a flush because we can also have 10. He can still have flushes there that are worse than ours. And we block ace 10. He's against him he's weak. We just can't fold because he can easily have flush in this situation, so there's no way we can fold. The thing is, he will not know like what we wrap there, and you see, like we can also have aces and ace 10 for sure. So when we raise like this, he with a flush, like he will pretty much put us maybe on a 10, or if he's gonna have like a king high flush, And with the ace blocking ace 10, there's no way we're gonna fall there. He's weak player and he will just not know what this means, and I just can't fold ever against him. His size on the river immediately looked looked like inducing. Doesn't have sense, but he can induce with the flush we check behind the flop. Yeah, we're gonna have some aces, we're gonna have some ace 10, but not that much of it. And in the line where we check behind the flop, there is no way we're just raise folding it against a weak player that basically is close to a fish, and he's losing over 20 bps, so he's not gonna know what that means when we check there. So unfortunately, there's no way to get out of it. I'm gonna go with betting the tens. And I'm gonna actually use a bigger size. Usually we want to have 8s, 7s, you don't want to have 10 that's blocking his folding range. But here I'm gonna actually do it. Yep, there's just no way we can fold, unfortunately, with ace 9. We are too far in the range, and he'll just not know, and that's the thing. What happened there? We have a clear bet. I'm gonna go with the jam here. We block jack 6, but I don't think he has a 2 pair here. And I'm pretty sure he doesn't have a queen jack. Three, 7, and he's tight. He folding river like 70%. And when he doesn't have a 2 pair, he will just fold, and he's gonna probably also raise the jack on the river to our block. I'm gonna go with block. This guy, I don't know what he is. Man something. But you see like how we run. We have mounted bounters. So, and that was, all of these 2 weeks was like that. I'm surprised that I don't lose a lot when you're just running like this constantly. This guy maybe even be a reg. We don't have hands, unfortunately, so we don't know. We're gonna fold with 3-5. Okay, king 8. I don't mind a check back here, actually. Let's see here. Okay, let's see. Big blind versus button. We have a clear call, just I want to have an idea how he looks. Big blind versus button, step turn first, okay. I'm just gonna go normal size. Calling a check raise. I don't like to turn this into bluff raise, so I'm gonna call it. He reps a king only. Ace queen is betting, I think, a lot on the flop, especially when he's betting this huge CBET 78%. It's too bad he doesn't want to play heads up. I think it could be interesting. It could be interesting. Okay. We're gonna wait for tables. We don't have script, so we just have to wait. Like normal people, not scripters, who have scripts who will immediately sit to best table. Pretty rough session, but yeah, I'm really good. Really happy the way we are playing. I think we played really good. We put them in really good spots, really good on ranges. Use good spots to be bluffing. Tag them. Played aggressive. Played our style. But we did lose a lot of all-ins, unfortunately, and we ran into really a lot of setups. But yeah. Against a double check, which size we want to use? I'm gonna actually go bigger against him. So this guy is some kind of reg, we just don't know if it's good or not. Place it to tables. Not too raggish stats, but yeah. I'm gonna go pot. Mounted punter. I think this guy also doesn't have a script because he's coming into tables like we are opening it. So immediately I think he has my respect because of that. Open here, fold with this, bet the flop on ace deuce 9. He should be floating king x with the backdoors, king 10, king jack hands. I'm gonna go with the 3-bet pocket threes. This combo by 3-bet, usually not high freak, but sometimes you want to 3-bet all pairs in a heads-up game. Ace deuce, I'm gonna go with the check behind. Calling here. I think we're just gonna call. Now he reps like a 9 that overbet the flop. I'm just gonna go with the call. Okay, he had 9, okay. Until we know such a thing, our hand is not bad as a bluff raise. We have all ace queens, king queens, so definitely not bad. And we're gonna go like this. Tano is probably as a fish. Yep, he is a fish. We faced here something really ugly, really ugly 4-bet. For something X that we just can't do nothing about. We just have to fold. I think against that size we want to mainly jam. So I would jam. The hands that are trickier are like hands like tens and jacks and ace queen suited. These hands likes to see a flop, but we are like 4.5x, I think. 4 point something x. And we can still call like aces to just be balanced with like tens and jacks, because I would say that this guy like value range not gonna be like nines or king queen suited. It's probably gonna be like queens through aces and ace king with this size. If it is like that, then yeah, then it's tough. Then also calling like a tens and lose appeal, or calling ace queen suited. That's too good hand to fold. Against some, he actually put us in really easy spot against most of our range, but against some of our range we are in dilemma. Like ace king is easy jam, kings and aces we can just easy jam if we want. Queens also I think we have, but these jacks and ace queen suited something that is tricky. It's not a GTS size, it's something, I don't know how to express it. It's such a weird size. So now less than a reg, so probably a reg fish or fish. $12.5 on table number 4. Let's see how this guy reacts to squeezes. Calling 11%. Call ace 10 suited. When the fish is there, he's gonna actually probably call all of the pairs, like 5s, 6s, 7s, 8s, 9s. I'm gonna actually check behind. When the fish is in, he's gonna call wider. Annoying fly, guys, sorry. Probably messed up the picture, yeah. I did. I did a little bit. But super annoying. Hmm. 4-6 suited. I'm opening it sometimes, but we have this 28-14 guy. and that can call, and this guy can squeeze, and they are active, and I don't want to open and fold 4-6 suited. Go with the 3-bet. Guy is super aggressive. It would be interesting heads up. We're gonna go slightly over by the flop. This take on me guy is coming, okay. We're gonna call it 3-bet with 9s. I'm gonna just check him out. We are sometimes 3-betting it. This guy has 20%. So sometimes we are 3-betting, sometimes we are calling. In this combo I will call. Against below the club we're folding to half. We also block a lot of hands like Queen 9 as a bluff, King 9, Queen 9, Queen 9, some 8-9 off in a polarized big blind range. So against the half I'm gonna fold. Fortunately the guy leaves. It would be interesting for sure. I would actually really like to play against him. I think it would be interesting for you guys also, because in that type of the matchup, you know, the punch will be thrown a lot. This type of players. We're gonna bet it the turn. But yeah. And also the good news that I want now is I have a really big need. I just want to crush this field really strong and move up and just destroy them, because they're really weak and I want to punish them. I'm gonna mix calls and 3-bets. And with the delay we can go with a slight overbet and a small bet. Check. The good news is that I'm just I don't have any other guy, any other in this time now. I'm not going like anywhere. I'm gonna probably go to one tournament or two this year, but that's like only a few days, so I can just play poker and that's it. So it's pretty good, and studying and play. I finished a lot of things that I needed to done, so I can play, make content for you, and enjoy leveling up my game. Also, there are no there are no entity series coming until I think in around December, around Christmas. Stars usually have this, but even then, I usually play it all. But I'm actually just missing cash. I just want to play. I'm gonna go 22.5. Let's see his range. 14% against us, 22. Folds to 4-bet a lot. I'm gonna go with a 4-bet. Okay, guys, it's folding. And I really enjoy playing. I didn't felt like this ever. Our guys on our crew on the and this is his first 3-bet big blind versus the early position. I'm gonna call 7-8. It's just easier when you're doing it. And this is weird. I'm gonna go with check. I'm gonna call. Now he's gonna check call us on the river. I know he sees us. He looks to me like jacks and queens play like this. He can probably slow play also. He again did bet every single time in 3-bet, but he's checking king xx. So whenever that's the case, I'm just checking behind range here. So I would check 4s, I would check 5s, I would check any king, any all my range when somebody is doing that. In a spot where it's high c-bet, he goes with the check. I usually bets range on everything. His c-bet frequency is insanely high. Something is wrong, so I would be checking. Here on the river, we just can do nothing. Call on the turn is standard. On the river, we can do nothing. I mean, we can just, like, if we want to shove what we are repping there. I mean, we have 4s, but he doesn't know that we're playing like that. I just don't think that, like, shoving 7-8 is gonna be good here. Because I feel also that he would mainly bet queens and jacks, actually. So this looks to me like a slow play. We're gonna go 27.5. Ace 10, I'm gonna go with a check behind. I'm gonna call him. He did stab everything. I don't think he's gonna have like a lot of 7x hands. And he's gonna have a lot of off-Broadways. He has a7, and we block us a7. Tough session, but in these type of sessions, you know, you are definitely progressing. in these type of sessions when the things are not going great, you're doing your absolute best, you're thinking about everything, you're analyzing more, you're less on we are actually today in all of the session we were on autopilot once. It has to do something when you're recording. You're just well much more aware of everything, but let's see against us how much he's 4-betting us. Versus here is 0. So against him we can fold 8-9. Okay, I'm gonna go with bet on a king jack 5 with 7s. Against him we're just gonna check fold the turn. He's gonna have too much of the jack or queen in here. Probably gonna have it all off in the range, and that's when he calls this flop. We're just gonna give up. We need to turn 7s into multi-street bluff against a guy that's went to showdown is over 35. So yeah, we're just gonna give up. And it's just too good for him. He's gonna have queen 9 off, queen 10 off, jack 10 off, jack 9 off, ace 10 off, all of these hands. And when he calls the flop, his range is a lot narrower towards these hands than weak hands that we can just bet and fold out. Because this guy will not gonna fold like a queen on the turn or jack 10 or queen x or on the river. So yeah, 7s we don't remove any value, and the board is like that he's not gonna fold now. Let's go 19. He's gonna 3-bet him like probably over 20% of hands. So we want to go small with a 4-bet. We're gonna bet 8. And this board is a little different. I'm gonna go still 1/5. We're calling, of course. Folding the river here. His bluffs should be hands like jack 10, queen 10 type of hands. He's gonna have some flush draws. With ace king, we're just gonna call. Ace queen should be also there. So he needs to bluff with hands like jack 10, jack 9. And he's gonna have these hands actually a lot. He's gonna have these hands a lot. Because he will 3-bet this guy over 20% and we did a small 4-bet deep. I'm gonna jam the river. I think he's give upping. And he fold actually, show the queen jack and fold. He made a really good fold. It's hard for in position to be bluffing, and the thing is that I would probably jam ace queen. And that's the thing, I would jam ace queen there. Yeah, but we also have 9s and 10s. Yeah, he made a real good fold. We must say, really nice play. We're just calling here with this. I'm gonna double the turn. 20 is really strong turn for us. We're gonna have 9, 10 suited, 7, 8 suited. We're gonna have pocket 9s, pocket 8s. Nice. I'm really impressed with the fold, but you know, actually, when you think about it, we call the check raise. Yeah, the guy just made the right, really great play. The thing is, we have the ace queen off in the range. That's the thing. And this is again, that is his first call for bet. How are we gonna call? I'm just gonna check call the flop. Yeah, he just made really nice play. So now we just know that he is a reg for sure, and I would say by the aggression and stats, he's actually a good reg. Based on the sizings, everything felt so great. So I think he's just good, a really good player. All the sizing in all the spots and aggressiveness, he's aggressive, his stats, and yeah, we're just gonna go with block the river here. And we want to block with 9s and 10s, or we just want to shove them. I think it's just actually shove 9s and 10s, and jacks we're gonna have aces. We're just gonna shove. We're gonna have here floats, so definitely shove. 9s and 10s, we're just shoving there. When he checked behind, he's capped, and so yeah. It doesn't need big sample when you see plays like this, and when you see all the sizing have sense in all the places, and generally he starts 33-26, so he's playing close how we play our style. He's having really high aggressive stats, and yeah, it has to do something with the sample for sure, but generally it just by everything, I think he's just good and better than all the guys that I played for sure. Yeah, his size here is weird. Are we gonna call it kings? Not the river we wanted to see. Calling with kings. Here we have actually, and we're gonna go with bet the turn with kings and check behind river. We have here ace 4 and ace 5 suited, and we still get value from jacks, queens, tens, kings are splitting, but still get value from jacks, tens, queens, nines, and we have a free showdown on the river. So kings are calling half, and this combo I call, so A lot of people 4-bet it always, but it's not a 4-bet always. Really interesting sessions, guys. When this guy turned out, it started to a lot better in the terms of game quality and the things going on the table. So the heads up between us, I think it would be really interesting. And this guy, the guy didn't play ever. There's no history on Team Stat name with him. King Queen suited. We are mostly 3-betting. We're calling a 4-bet. And this guy is not shy in 4-betting. His range looks like ace 10 suited, ace jack suited, king queen suited, king jack suited, king 10. Rarely bets the turn or position even more. The board hits him really great. Our hand is just folding. We're calling 6-8. Against him, we can hit 3-bet, folds to 3-bet or like 80%. Against him, you can just use all of these hands as a 3-bets. Queen 9 suited, king 5. Check call. We mix sometimes a check raise, but rarely. I'm gonna overbet here. Just based that their checking range is really bad, and we can just go for value with this queen 10 3-bet. He actually folds a lot to 3-bets. And this combo is good to bluff. I'm gonna go 2/3. We are unblocking the backdoor flush draws hands that are calling. I'll go with turn bet. Turn bet and shove river if it's not a club. We just ran into 6-7. It's okay. He opens like he did open 18%. We are mostly taking pairs and ace-x hands. We are also blocking pocket tens. Mixing a 4-bet and a call. He should be betting range with 20%. If he and with this he can also bet range. We're gonna call. And we're gonna bet turn. We're gonna bet turn to check river. Has the jacks. This way when we bet here we're gonna have full houses, and that's important. So I'm using it also as a value bet, but also as a full house run out. Having 9 is real bad, so we're folding. I'm gonna go 3-bet. Nine is actually a perfect card on the river for us to bluff. And our value range is like overpair, so I'm shoving tens plus always. We're gonna also have some 9x hands. We're gonna bet small. And we're gonna go with an overbet. And we're gonna go 11.47. Actually with this hand I'm gonna go 2x. This size doesn't have sense. You're never using orbit size in connected boards because nuts advantage in this situation. It's gonna be splitted, you know. And big blind has all the 2 pairs and straights, so whenever that's the case, whenever you don't have the nuts advantage and range advantage, you actually have range disadvantage there, and so this is not an orbit. Checking connected really good. Check back. We're gonna go half pot. We're gonna write this guy. Add this comp populated 2420. This guy's rec. This guy is a rec. Okay. Folding. Unfortunately, folding. We're calling it 10. We're gonna go to another table. And this is an 400. Okay. We are mixing check calls and check raises. Let's see his check flop range. Yeah, it's bad. I think we just want to overbet actually. To just attack his capped range here. I'm just gonna jam. His check behind range is really weak. He did had some weak top pairs. So we're just gonna overbet jam here. Like queen jack, jack 10, all should be bet the flop. So to me he looks like a weak 9 or aces. And I don't think from what we saw that he's gonna have aces there. So look like pocket 8s or weak 9. So put pressure with hand like queen 10, king queen. Go thin with the jack. Like king jack. But I think actually it doesn't matter. He can. I think ace jack he would bet the flop. Yeah, with 72% he would. And we're gonna go check behind. And we're gonna double barrel. Guy really folds much on the turn. So on the turn he can fold hands like 6s, 7s, hand like 5-8 suited or something like that. Check, 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 bet first time he did it. No, he did already one. He had queen deuce, he didn't have nothing. This size is really weird. I don't think like he's actually saying he has like 2 pair or flush. Really weird size after check. I don't think he's gonna do it with king 7 here. Yeah, I think her hand is a fold, but now with this size, yeah, with this size I'm kind of nagging to call based on what I see in HUD. To have a huge queen 9, okay. We're still gonna have like a queen, better queen in our checking range. So I thought that he wanna go like this with the king. Okay. This is a nice turn for us. This guy's a fish. I'm gonna check behind with ace then. And we're gonna go really small. 1/5. And we have the good combo of the ace king that's gonna bet sharp. And I'm gonna actually raise here. So we have one table of 400 and we're gonna call here. Jamming here. This line, this guy doesn't fold. His size is also a little bigger, so we're gonna fold there. Against him, we're not gonna go with the bluff raise. I'm gonna put this guy as a fish also. Pavel Nikitin. I'm gonna go with opening queen 5. Six ten, we're just gonna fold. I need also a quick break. Quick break. I'm gonna try to be fast. I'm gonna leave the table running. Try to be really fast. Check behind. I'm gonna go with the ISO, but with this size, I don't think he reps that much. Like if you have an 8, I think you are going bigger. They're just going bigger, so I think we're good. He's bluffing with that, okay. We're gonna bet small. Board that's he mostly gonna have nothing on. And king 5 we just get. I could use this for a quick break, but we get a king 5 suited. And we fold. Okay, quick break. Quick break. And quick here. we are out of all tables. Great. What we have? 4-6 suited. What I had here, King 5. Okay. Sorry guys, I have to just do some things. It's gonna be quick. Okay. And we can just check the NBA. Yesterday there was plenty of interesting game. And I also play Yahoo Fantasy Basketball. If you heard about it, Yahoo Basketball, great game. I played for 9 years. Super interesting. And also Philadelphia is playing. It's my favorite club. All the way from Allen Iverson till now. Okay, just quickly check it out. Okay, interesting. Philly is playing Boston. So this Paul Kitkin guy, I don't have enough hands, only 137 hands, so let's see the hand played. There was something interesting going on, I think. 6-8 suited. Okay, let's see it. Did he raise? Check call, okay. Bet pot, okay. And use half pot there, okay. This size is really underbluffed on rivers. The mostly under overbluffed is the overbet in this situation. Queen Jack. I'm gonna go 7. We want to go really small with our bluffs also. If he jams, we're calling. He jams aces. We're gonna do also a lot of bluffs. He's folding 55 to 3-bet. So I want to go small as possible. We're never folding tens. Thinking what would I rep? Really nothing. If I bet now, wouldn't rep. I think. Pocket sevens is not betting often. Jack 10. He's gonna still bet the turn. We just don't trap much. A lot of gut shots are betting. Sixes are also mostly check. We just don't trap anything in the bet check bet line. Unfortunately, nothing. So I have to give up. Extreme life. With extreme life. He's weak Rick. He's 5 suited. We can go 2.2. He's shorter. Against us 0. Just gonna fold. On low 3-bit frequency. Let's see, step on the turn. Has a lot of value in this small size, okay. Step bet river. He bluffed with queen 10 here. He used exactly the same size and actually called jacks. He's actually on the turn. If he's having straight, he would use bigger size, and then on the river he's only wrapping a flush. And we see that he does bluffs, that doesn't have sense. Yeah, doesn't have this size, doesn't have sense. We have in a checkback range ace-x hands. So on the river he's not saying he has a flush. Mixing call and 4-bet. We're gonna call this time. If we think if he think he's oversee betting, we're gonna check raise. If he think he's gonna check a lot here, which he should, and we're gonna dunk. And I think he's just gonna bet over c-bet here. I'm gonna go with the check the turn. I'm gonna check raise, the hand that I'm usually check calling, and here I would check a lot generally, especially with I'm gonna bet against him. Looks passive. I was just gonna call, and he gives us terrific odds. He has 8-9. He doesn't value bet that. His aggression on the river is actually pretty high. We're gonna go check raise here immediately, and we're gonna use big size 14, 28, 34. I'm gonna go a little bigger like this. Insane. He had a high aggression river frequency on a decent sample. So I was pretty sure he's just gonna bet or pairs. And like 9x hands, and especially 2 pair. We have the backdoor draw against a half pot multi-way, which is gonna fold. We're just gonna fold. This guy didn't bluff with the queen 9. Okay. Pretty much bottom of his range. Let's see the size that he used. This bet size. Fold and flop. We're gonna have here tens and jacks with the club. This guy folds a lot. We're gonna go with raise. He always used the big sizes with his value hands. Folds a lot. Doesn't have doesn't matter what we have and our blockers. It just matters to put pressure on him, and generally we'll have here hands like jacks and queens. Even kings have a complete sense because they don't need protection. Oh, this is sick hand. Really sick. Really sick. When you like this, to me is worse than any bad beat you can get. When you run ace king suited into it, it's really gross. You just have to feel sorry for the guy that loses like this. To me, it's worse than a bad beat. Way worse. And this is interesting. Three with pot. Double barrels. Interesting. Okay. I'm gonna go bigger with our hand. A really interesting hand. So this question, how thin he goes for value there. That's the key component of everything. How thin he goes for value, because you have guys that will check here hand like ace 10, you have guys that will check jacks, you have guys that will check king queen, you have guys that will check kings, and you have guys that gonna shove all of that. So it always depends who you play against there. Now we're gonna bet turn. You see this guy sticky. He's gonna be sticky with 10x, 100 pairs. He had pocket fours, so okay. If this table breaks, we have the alternative. Not bad here to put a this table broke. Are we thinking, do we want to bluff with deuces here? I think we have to. I'm just gonna use the size where I can bet queen comfortably. Jack is too good for our bluffing range to not turn the pair into bluff. And what happened here we want to see. Jacks against ace king. And we're gonna check the water ghost up. I didn't. I didn't play with him. He's a reg. We are folding the flop. Unfortunately. Board where we're gonna check a bunch. Again, strange size. On the 9 we're folding the deuce 4. Pound it can shoves against the 4 bet. Jack 7 fold. I mean check. It's limped pot, okay. Limped pot. What is this? I don't think he's in multi-way He's checking the ace error now that he delays c-bet it with the pot. I'm just gonna call him. I don't know what he reps now, like a queen. Doesn't have sense again. Okay, aces has sense. I mean, doesn't he limp them, but okay, I understand. Potted them on the turn. Called the jacks, okay. We're 3-betting ace 4. He did c-bet 75%, so also I thought like an ace he would bet in a multi-way, but he did have aces, so he slow played them. That has sense. It is limped pot, nobody probably has anything. So I think he played it okay. We have some connection problems, okay. See this guy, have some rhythm on him. Okay. I think also we need to prepare the new table just in case this table breaks. We're gonna go 7. We're just gonna call it because our range here is in. We don't have anything, just like random things. I'm gonna go half pot. Check here. Fold deuce 5. We're gonna have a table ready just in case this breaks. That's possible. We'll bet ace 4. Okay, double guy, so I'm gonna go with you check. Call. I feel like his delay bet range will be stronger. Okay, it's not. And the good news is that I did find a new table. And this one did broke, so yep. And we're gonna find one more. King 3 folding. Yeah, we're gonna find immediately the new table. Interesting session, guys. It's been interesting. Not the greatest one, but still a lot of interesting spots where we could see some things, and I think it will be useful for you to see the way I think in some spots where I made mistakes. Let me know in a comment what you think that I did wrong, so we can also discuss it, so I can maybe have an idea of what I should maybe done better, because you know, 2 heads or 6 heads or 20 heads always thinks better than only one. So if you're only listening to yourself and only your opinion, you will never grow. It's just like it is. Different perspectives widen up your way of looking at things and generally help you a lot. We're gonna go against small strategy. Small bet on the turn. We're gonna go big size. And we're gonna go with a pot. I think I'm just gonna jam and try to get him off the chop. I don't think he's bad at calling on the turn king jack. I just think we can get him out of the chop on the river for sure. I'm gonna bet now with the queen 8, and I'm gonna go small. We're gonna have a lot of king highs that are checking back. They're not bluffing, so I think a small bet will work good. Roberto Baggio. Golden ponytail. He was one of my favorite football players when I was a kid. I think everybody loved the Baggio. I actually remember when he missed a penalty in the finals, World Cup. He was like a really great player. But that was some different times, guys. Some different times. Nice times, really nice times. And this guy is a fish. But look like now, like they were million years ago, not 30 years ago. I have a feeling we will get called for. We can bet, we can check. I think we mainly want to bet. I'm gonna go with bet the river. When you're in position, your bluffs will be more linear. So you're gonna bluff the bottom of your range in this situation a lot more often, but when you're out of position, bluff's not gonna be linear. And our hand is just to give up. I don't think we wrap anything if we bet. I don't think we want to stab it, we just want to give up, and that's basically it. Put him as a wreck. Interesting hand on table number 2. It's 3-bet pot, 9-10-4. A lot of betting from small blinds going on. He should be using mostly 66 plus and 82%. Pavel Nitkin calls. Seems like Pavel is pretty much recreational, I think, based on his stats and based on the way he plays. And when small blind checks, hands like jacks and queens are betting, I think, a lot often bigger size or checking the flop, so it looks to me like Kudryk doesn't have anything. He can check jam with the overpairs, but I think he wouldn't do it. He would check raise the flop more often with these hands. Well, when he checks here, he actually looks to me like he's check folding. Let's see this hand. This hand. Let's say this is gross, super gross. This guy is so lucky. He got nut flush deep. Where we had nut flush, he had a full house in a spot where it's such for us impossible to fold against him, and now he got this into the ace king or slow played ace king that didn't check raise, so he can never ever fold this ever against anybody. Insane. And he orbit jams, and the thing is that he's actually turning ace king into bluff catcher. That's the worst thing, because this guy is like shitty on the rivers, and he's saying he has a flush here. He never bluffs, and this guy has clear call and insane hand. When he's short, we're not gonna open this type of hands. And he just going from table. Like, this guy on stars would lose like 70 BBs. He's here. At least I'm gonna check here. I think he's losing like 20, but not sure. No, he's losing 8.5, so he's kind of some kind of wreck and 57k hands. Pocket trees are calling. We should face with a lot of big sizes here, and trees are fold on the flop. To this side they're calling. If he checks, we are bluffing with trees. he checks, we're bluffing with threes, but he bets small. Turn that is good for our range. So that's I'm turning threes into bluffs, but unfortunately we face the bet against the bet. We can do nothing. We just can't do anything. So we had to fold it. Queen 3. I'll actually open it. We have a fish on a small blind. This guy played really good actually. Nice when soft flop, nice when to showdown. I mean I have 29, but I'm stationed. He's not. I'm gonna go. Okay, to go. The size I wanted to check the river up. Let's see, ace queen would happen. Ace queen a6 suited. This is 3-bet smaller versus cutoff. We're gonna go with a 4-bet here with queens. Against the squeeze, I'm gonna go 25.5. Not gonna go bigger than that. Calling with jack 8. Check calling the flop. Nines, tens, and jacks. Looks like that. Let's see his delay. I think he can value bet without problems. Knights, tens, and jacks. We look like an under pair a lot. We block jacks. He doesn't have bluffs in this line. I'm just gonna fold. He's betting 75%. He's gonna bet everything that we beat on the flop. Still need a call turn. New table if we fortunately breaks. We're gonna go 7.5. And we're gonna go small now. He folds a lot of c-bets. Still gonna bet by 6-9. Check behind river. Full house. I'm gonna go with raise. We have really a lot of 9, 10, jack 10, queen 10 type of hands. 3-bet on table number 3. Find a new table. We're gonna go bigger size. Let's go button versus big blind. He's raising here. He raises 10. Our hand unfortunately folds. Unfortunately folds. Our range is actually hitting it good. Polarized range. But against the raise, our hand is a fold. Are we gonna shove our like 9 stands and jacks or re-raise, whatever? I'm gonna go like this. Small call for bet. He folds 67% and 5 bets. To jam, we fold. To bet, we continue. To call, we're continuing a lot of. I think we're gonna be good. Often, I'm gonna go like this now because of the SPR. I'm gonna go 1/4 with my tens. Four hours, guys. 4 hours. And it's 3 a.m. past. I think it was interesting. Hope you're gonna like it. Against us is 11%, so I'm gonna fold. And we're gonna go with like we'll go 20. To call for a bet. It was fun for me. Calling it. It was really fun. There were some good hands, so we're gonna go 11. We're a little deeper. Checking back. A little bigger than usual. I'm gonna go 1/3. really low aggression frequency. Can actually fold it really low. And I mean, it's not sample, but we are not also blocking king queen suited. I guess I'm gonna close it up. Just one more reminder. If you want to see the Zoom, let me know. If you want to see it, let me know. And 100 likes, guys, and you're gonna see a Zoom immediately after 100 likes on video. I think it's fair. You know, you have to little give to little get. So this way I will know you like the content, you appreciate it, and I will for you make a Zoom live Twitch on Zoom on Poker Stars together, you and me. And yeah, soon as I will make immediately video after you give the likes. I'm gonna immediately make the stream next day. I think we're around break even session. We actually won a little bit, but I think we run still bad, kind of bad, but yeah. Guys, hope to see you soon, and the new update is also coming. Let me leave all tables. The new update is coming tomorrow, I think, I hope, and I will show you the new color marking system and everything, and hope to see you soon. So take care, guys, and thank you for your time.